Thank you, Paul Chivers, and welcome to everybody who's woken up nice and early on this great Saturday. I say great Saturday, I look outside and it's a bit gloomy outside, but it's great in here, that's what matters. Richmond Club. This is the final day of the singles for CNZ South Islands 2023. This club has all but secured the hosting rights for 2025. It will be at Invercargill in 2024. Well done to Brian Stewart and co for securing the hosting rights for that. I'm looking forward to going to Invercargill next year. I've been there a couple of times myself. 2006, 2007, this tournament was held there, both years. Had a wicked time. 2006, Terry Sullivan. 2007 was Max Lingman. Those were your winners. Pretty sure Barry Appleton was there in either a playing or a refereeing capacity. Right now he's at the table as a player against Ron Turner, who at 83 years old is the oldest player in the field and only took the game up about 10 years or so ago. Septuagenarian when he first picked his cue up. So looking at the table at the moment, Barry on overs, Ron on unders. So Barry has a free ball here. Can't see both sides of any of his three overs, so we'll elect to take, by the look of it, the 8 as a free ball. So when you do that in these rules, some people will still be a little bit unfamiliar with these rules. You can play one of your opponent's balls as a free ball, or the 8 as a free ball. If it's the 8 and you pot it, then it gets respotted. I'm just listening out intently for my game to be called. I haven't played yet this morning. Pretty good weight that from Barry, but with those shots you're better off to leave the ball closer to the rail than further away, even though it's blocking the passage. You see, Ron can do either that, or if he decided to be more aggressive with it, he could have played that ball off the rail and then off the back of the 14 and potted it. Oh yeah. So Barry just moving his 14 to where it's pottable. Just getting a wee bit of movement from the table that the camera's on. It
just as people walk past it.
Because it's a floating type floor. Whenever people walk past the camera table, the camera will move because the stand it's on will shake slightly. I think Ronnie wanted a piece of something there. Cue ball down the wrong end of the table. Didn't matter though. He put a good stroke on that, and 50-50 as to whether this is a free ball. Now Barry will know better than almost anyone whether this is a snooker or not. So the fact that he's got down on that quickly tells me it wasn't. Your condolences to Ref Peter. That would be due to his long-term partner passing away recently. So obviously thoughts of the pool community are with Peter Wilson, as they are with the Bowen family, who lost a member of their extended family last week, that being Hayley Steele, as I mentioned last night, passing away last Friday. was a touching moment's silence at the delegates meeting for those who had passed on in between the two tournaments. It needs to get on its horse. Never looked likely that it was going to get there. So free ball again to Barry. You can't see the 1, but he can play the 6 and try to click it off the 11, and that will move the 11 to where it's on if he plays it right. But he's played it in quite possibly the worst way. If either the 1 or the 6 is on here, this could be real trouble. It's hard to tell from this angle whether the 1 is actually on. So just from here, though, it looks like the 1 may just pass. That's the beauty of having a second camera.
And you now being able to control it.
Oh, look at this though, 6 in the corner, what a shot.
Now that you can change it when you want it.
Yeah, also big thank you to Paul and anybody else who was involved with that to make the stream deck to allow people better control over the cameras. Oh, that's unfortunate because he set himself up so well for that. That was the shot to play because the 1's easy where it is. You take the 7 and leave the easy ball for last. Didn't block the 8, which is important.
Just remind people there will be multiple videos through the day, streams through the day.
That needs to slow down, and it has done. Pretty much adjacent to this, needs us to square us up, and down it goes, so 2 frames a piece. So early on, folks, you'll get your money's worth. There will be multiple camera angles shown during the day, so this is one of them that we have. This one shows a really good panoramic view of the room because there's a camera mounted up high in this room that looks down, as you can see. So you can see quite a lot of games going on at the moment. I think every table pretty much has a game in progress. We have 22 tables here, 10 in this room, and you've got 12 in the other room. So we will from time to time switch views. This is the money frame, Barry to break. Already looking like the small ones are the go here. You've got a cluster of big sort of in and around that black spot. He's kind of cut himself off there, just the 3 and the 7, but I don't think he'll mind that too much. Both of those are pretty good balls to take right now. And this table, as you would have seen earlier on, does nap into that middle pocket. Some do and some don't. This one certainly does. So if you are going to play shots like the 2 before, then if you're playing it slow, you generally aim for the far jaw so it slides into the middle of the pocket. I think he was wanting to get on the 5 there, but he's overran big time. And trying to thin the 7 to cover the 8, but he's wound up well short. $15 might be on to just run in front of the 8 here. That was the problem with that shot, is that you miss that and it's a dead set snooker. I just wonder if the 11 might be on here for Barry. If not, then you take the 13, run down table and back up for the 5 or the 7. Got a number of things that he needs to watch here. Obviously the 15 covering the 8. But interestingly, the 7 actually offers a chance to go past that, because the 7 will bump off the 15 and go in. And that's just from what I can see. Now the shot that Barry played, that's quite smart actually. It's one of those that you don't necessarily pick in the booth, but if the players see them and play them, then you kind of remember them for next time. I'm not here to shag spiders. There's a reason why his nickname is Rocket, because he really likes to have a flash at them. Ooh, I think it might be on in the corner. Don't think it passes the 14 to the middle, but I do believe it will pass the 11, the 12 and the 13 into the corner. It's just kind of punching down on it. Oh, lovely. I think he wanted a piece of the 12 to hold, but this will do just nicely. Looks like a harder cut than it is. Oh, he's got Chunk City on it. This is a big chance for Ronnie. Jeez, if the... I think that's the 15 sitting... No, I'm sorry, not the 15, the 10 sitting in there. The 10 just next to the 11. If that was on, for me, that was the ball. He's kind of mucked himself up here. He's got to recover with the 13. He also needs to watch the in-off. Had a flash at it. He's going to get lucky. No, he will not. Pretty simple black here for Barry to advance in the trophy event. Just going to take the rest to make sure that he can actually cue this safely. Dzień dobry to you too, Jakob. I believe that's how it's said anyway. Good to have you over from Hokitika. It's a guy who used to play here in Christchurch, now has moved out west. Hey. Yeah, I'm good. I was just there listening to the player announcements, just to listen for my name, because of course you do get penalised if you aren't at control on time, or at least you should be penalised. So I believe top right of screen, that table 4 that is Don Gourlay playing against, I think it's Debbie Williams. Don represents Kashmir, Debbie from Timaru Town and Country. Table 3, which is to its left, is Jojo Coleman, currently at the table against Al Collins. Jojo from Kashmir, L from Hornby. Table bottom right of your screen, table 9, is Richie Whitty from Hornby. Not entirely sure who he's playing. And then far right of your screen, just breaking now, is Chris Bowman. I'm just trying to see who he's playing. I think it might be No, it's not Katrina McLean, it's Tony Blair. Chris Bowman, interestingly, was the top qualifier in section play. And Tony Blair snuck in as one of the extra 17 players who qualified after the 3 from each section to ensure that we didn't have any buys. So that was one thing that a lot of people on Facebook were actually giving our organisation team a good rap for, is ensuring that there were no buys, because sometimes having buys disadvantages the players who do really well in section play and would otherwise earn a buy.
Not ready yet, John.
Oh, okay, so I'll just switch back to room view. Can I zoom in with this camera?
No, this is the room view camera, John.
No, you cannot, Jodie, I'm afraid. So for now, until this game gets started, we will stick with this one. Table 6. Table 6, as you can see there, just to the right of centre, is Barry Jones against Maxine Sol. Barry Jones from, I believe, Kaiapoi, and Maxine, I think, representing Hornby. So the next streamed game will be Wayne Cameron from Hokitika against Jesse Eastman from this very club. So there's definitely one for you there, Jakob. Thank you very much, Barton McGill. It's much appreciated. Didn't get to hear me commentating the pairs, that's the reason why. Right, let's get the rack cracked. This is the main event. The last game was a trophy match. So we are starting from the last 128. 222 in the field. So you had 37 sections of 6 players each, 222 in the field, 111 qualified directly as one of the top 3 in their section, and then they took the next best 17 to round it out to 128. Jesse Eastman plays for this particular club, but he represents the Richmond Stickmen. Is wearing a different shirt tonight, the shirt for the Wood End Tavern, which I believe he plays a bit of pub pool for there. So you will actually have quite a few players you'll see with shirts that not necessarily represent the club that they play for, but perhaps as you'll see Wayne here with a Pool and Blues shirt from places that they have been to or represented. So Pool and Blues obviously headquartered in Auckland. So Matt Edwards' place up there. You get a good selection of team shirts and tops from the players. It's good the fact that the dress code, you just have to wear a collared shirt. That's all it is in terms of your tops. So you basically, as long as it's got a collar on it, it can be anything. Oh dear. I think he was just hoping to catch a piece of jaw or something to keep it down there. Actually had Wayne Cameron in section play on Thursday evening. It was a very good match actually. He went 2-0 up on me and I came back to win 3-2. But I remember him from way back at Woolston when I first started playing pool. He and his wife Carol Cameron were running the junior pool section at the time when I joined in 1998 as an 11-year-old. They were the people who helped to introduce me to pool and took a fair bit of time in teaching me the game. So I always have an awful lot of time for them. Moved to Hokitika a number of years ago. That's not spectacular, but if he can get a good cue on this 10, he'll set himself up well. Oh, how's that not gone in? They're tight if you're playing hard. And so you had to kind of force that, and these tables a number of times have actually rejected the hard shot down the rail. So you play those soft, they'll always go in, but because of the way these are cut, they are quite tight if you're playing at speed. This 2 might just slide off the 11 here. That's what he'll be queuing up. If he just gets a wee piece of the 11, he can funnel it in. Oh, went in directly, okay. Probably better that it did that too, because the 11's where it is, the black's on for that pocket. Just needs to control his pace here. It's the only thing that he's working against. That's why he's queuing from there, because there's little to no chance that he's going to stop that cue ball to go between the 13 and the 12, so he's going to have to run this. So just drops it enough, and this is on. So in terms of position from where he was, that's about the best that he could have gotten. And drops the black, so Jesse Eastman 1-0 up against Wayne Cameron. But you will see that a lot today. Tables are playing still very fast. They actually were faster than this earlier on. Recently reclothed and all of that, and they're groomed every so often. I see Jojo Coleman taking the card up, so she must be through to the next 64, the last 64. That's a massive break. One of those players who can really power through the rack. From where the cue ball is, it has to be the overs. A bit of a muchness as to which set you take here. If he's on the 13, which it looks like he is, and no doubt that's going to be the next one, he's got the advantage that he can just slow roll this as well, because it's an in or over. If it goes in, then he's well and square on the 15, and if it doesn't, then the 3, the 6 and the 8 are good for that pocket. See, slow roll versus fast. That ball, for some people, wouldn't have gone in. You know, some people would have thought that's not going in because it's a fair way off the rail as it goes down, but you hit it slow, it will hit the jaw and then deflect in. Cheated the pocket nicely on that 15. It's actually an underrated skill in my opinion to be able to cheat the pocket to achieve position, or as Daniel Cole would have said, rip off the pocket. Just needs to stun this now. So run through, and that's the reason why the stun would have been a better option, because The 10 would have been the next ball to take, but he's overran that, so he's forced to now play a shot on the 14, which he probably didn't want. Oh, don't go behind there, really? Really? You've got all those balls on the table and you didn't contact one. That was an excellent cut shot, it deserved so much better. Can't make contact. So, will be a combo to Wayne. Balls are well open here, and he's made the right choice too, as to the ball to take first. This and the 6 are the only potential problems from here. Everything else is wide open. So he just needs to mop up this end of the table first. Takes this ball, he needs to make sure that he stays away from the rail on the right hand side of the table. Oh, that's the corner that I was afraid of. It's not great, is it? If it comes off the rail and sits somewhere near the bulk line, then that's fine. But since he's kind of under-cued it, he's forced himself to play either long or a fine cut. That's nowhere near, and free ball to boot, so probably the worst case scenario there, because Jesse can take this 8 as a free ball and move it, and then when it gets respotted it becomes on, and so long as he can get position on 10, and the 8 will then go into multiple pockets. As it is now, it's cut off from the most obvious pocket. But of course when it gets respotted then becomes on for all 4 of those pockets down that half of the table. Hey Jess. Oh, that's why he powered it. He powered it so he could run through and be on the 10. If he just played it pocket weight or just over, then he would have left himself a half ball cut. As it is, it was a half ball cut, but he was a lot closer to it if he'd potted it. Yeah, Wayne's got to get busy here. Got a good angle on this 3. He's going to need to give this some though. Which he has. Well played. It's quite an easy trap to fall into, that when tables are fast, is that you kind of cue it soft because you think the table will do the work automatically, but you still have to make a conscious effort to actually cue through the ball to ensure that it gets there. You can't just hit it and rely on the table speed. See, that hit the rail a long way before it got to the pocket, but again because of the speed that he played it at, and the fact that these rails are quite reactive to the slow shot, the ball still went in. This for a share of the spoils thus far. Oh, there he goes. It wiped its feet on the way in. That is again the virtues of playing at pocket weight. Any harder, that wouldn't have dropped. So 1 apiece. Thank you very much, Jess. Don't believe that you're at work today, so you don't get to unfortunately come and see my wife every so often. For those of you who are unaware, my wife and Jess Brown work basically in the same place, so Jess sometimes comes to see my wife Stacey to give her some updates or just to have a chat. Nothing off the break for Wayne. And just looking at the table here, the overs look okay, but there are a number of potential problems. So unders just from based on that and where the cue ball is. It's one of those problems that sometimes you have off the break, is that if you like a particular set but you can't play it because you're not in a good position to take your opening ball, so you're forced into playing the set that you don't really want to play, or the second set, so to speak. So he got the pocket, didn't get the pot, but he did get the pocket, which was just as important early doors in the frame. Oh, indeed, Jody. The amazing job that Tracy's done for this whole week and a bit. Started on Saturday last week with the ladies, and this is the very last day of the tournament, so she's in for a long day today. Lots and lots of games to get through. Just about. That could have been a game-breaking shot. And just here looking at the 6 briefly and then returning to the 2. No, not this time. So Wayne immediately back to the table. Not a hell of a lot here. Maybe the 10 passes the 3. I think you can see enough of that. We'll just quickly switch cameras so you can actually see the shot better. No on the pot, but yes on the cover for the 6. So the 6 does go into the middle pocket, of course, but that might force a reroute from Jess if he was looking to play that 6 into the corner. Now he's got to think about how he positions on it later down the track for the middle pocket. Pretty much right on the bulk line there, is just about right to get down towards the dance floor end of the table. Get out of the middle. Jesus. It's a wee bit lazy, that, actually. I say that because he probably should have had a better look at the line that he was... The white ball would have been going down if he'd needed to make a conscious effort to sort of widen the line to ensure that he missed that in off and got into the good half of the table. It's one of those where you kind of almost take it for granted that it's going to get there. Oh dear. That is suboptimal at best. Can't see the 15 either. That would have been his out ball. If he can play off the rail and hit the 15, that would be the shot for me, but I think he's pretty much shanghaied into playing the 9. If he's going to play the 9, he's got to get it out of there. It must not stay in there. he comes. So did that part well. I just wonder whether Jess is going to take the 6 now. And he could take the 5 to the 1 for a plant. He's got to be careful where the cue ball tracks if he is going to play that shot. The reason why I like the 6 from here is because if you roll that in pocket weight or just above, then you'll naturally be on that plant. And it'll be a better angle to take that plant so that you can stick on the 5 or be on the 3. See, this here, you're kind of running away from it, so you could end up involving a bunch of those other balls, maybe the black or the 9. See, alternatively though, the way he's cued there is that he could cue deliberately to move the black. So yeah, he's deliberately tried to move the black, but he's failed to make the pot. So the way that would have worked is that if that 1 goes down, then the rest of them are in good position and the black's away from that pocket, so you've got more latitude to work from it. But this represents an opportunity for Wayne now. The 15 looks pretty much like the ball to take here. I reckon get that and the rest of them are on. Oh, just about. Just about. You see the way that he's sort of raised his hand as well. He knew that was the ball. Probably play the plant now for Jess. Play the plant now. Ideally leave the 5 somewhere there and then the 6, but he's going to take the 6 now. Well, he was thinking about taking the 6. I was about to say how interesting that shot would have been, but now he's looking at the 3 to go in behind the 10. Oh, and that was the risk. Don't think it was worth taking the risk that early on. So combo to Wayne, and where the 12 is, you've got to be thinking to take that. You've got to be thinking 12 first here. He's not even looking at it. Well, that assumes, of course, that the 11 goes past the 1. It may not. So if that 1 blocks the 11 off, then it makes sense to take it as a free ball here. Oh, that's come up roses. That's a beautiful result.
Sounds like his partner's just beaten Harry.
Shit, really?
Yeah. That's what I was just told, but
Looks good. Looks better than good. Just got to hope that the 15's on. It looks like it is from here though. So should be still okay. Ball's close enough to the pocket here where he can thin the edge of it and run back down table. It's important that he realises that he's actually got more areas on this ball that he can hit instead of that, which is absolutely the worst thing he could have done. So I've just been called, so I shall love you and leave you for now. I hope you enjoy the rest of this. Righty-ho. Back to doing this. For the moment, anyway. Interesting time to come in. Mike Grattan looks like he's pretty much home and hosed here, but this is a very hairy shot on the black. Tantalisingly, it looks like it could be on. It's not lined up for being on. So you look at it, this is the view that tells you. Now, he's a distance away from the black. The cue ball is not hard on the black. Because it's maybe 15-20 mils away, there's a chance for Mike to sort of squeeze it in with a bit of right. He cuts it as fine as he can and he puts a bit of right hand spin on it. That could very well throw it into that pocket. So let's see if he can make it work. Oh, he's just decided to kind of play a containing type shot. The only problem with this, of course, is that if Nick can pot the 10 here and get a reasonable pos on the 9, he's then got the option of whether to pot the 9 or to stack it. He's played a poor shot there, though. Well, the opportunity from there was to get that right over the hole, if not in. But Mike can leave him long here and really put the pressure on him. She's tried to do that. I mean, this shot looks fairly simple, but when you 2-0 down and you're nervous, these are never easy. Oh, well played. And he got the natural angle on the 9 too, so he shouldn't end up on the rail. All he needs to do is stroke this in. These do take quite well if you play them slowly enough. Except for that time. As generous as they are playing slow shots, they still will not accept them if you hit the rail that far down. My voice is doubling over. I think that could be because both mics are on. Missed it. Just about lucked it in. Surprising given that Mike's a snooker player by a trade that he'd miss a long black like that, but it just shows you it can happen to anyone. Oh, he caught the inside of the knuckle. He wanted to miss that, spit out more into the middle of the table for this. He's not shy of a double though, is Nick Moses. He plays for this club. I've played him before. Yeah, certainly accept the challenge. Oh, lovely. What a way to get yourself back into the match. All the pressure on, and big players make big plays. So 2-1 to Mike Grattan. Does that sound any better, Jody? Paul's just made a couple of adjustments on his end. Could possibly be the room that we're in, Jody. It's because it's a hallway, it's quite tightly enclosed. The sound tends to bounce around in here. Bottom right hand corner of your screen is an interesting match. You see both players from the same club, Claire Shanaher and John Gower, know each other quite well. Claire travelled down here from her new home in the Coromandel to play in this. Good break, but not a hell of a lot there. Just the 6 by the look of it. The 6 and the 3. As long as he can get one of these and avoid the in-off, then he should be fine. Could potentially play the 6 off the 14. That's one way you can avoid the in-off, because then you're hitting the 6 fatter rather than thinner, and you're involving probably the 7 in the shot. As it was, he flicked the 7 anyway, so no harm done. Got the pot, so he's on the unders. And he's got a good angle on the 5 here. He can just kind of run this, and the white will naturally go away from the 7. But instead he's tried to power it to get better position, and he's missed it. Okay, cheers Kirk. Might be just on your end, Jody. Maybe there's something wrong with your device. Queuing over the top of the ball, and he did it well. Not always easy for us short fellas to do that. Short people with, especially if you've got stubby fingers as well. That's actually a really good shot too that Mike's just played. Now, he's given the table back to Nick, but where the cue ball is left means that he's really got to make a shot here. Now all of Mike's balls are on, so he needs to make sure that he does something similar. Play the 2 there, leave the cue ball way down table. You'd imagine Mike wouldn't be afraid of this, but the fact is that the 10 and the 11 actually block off a big portion of the table. Neither of them are on anywhere, so he's got to either play a plant somewhere or he's got to play something else. So the 10 cuts off the 15 and the 9, and the 11 cuts off the 14, and neither ball looks like it's on for the middle pocket, so there's good thinking there. And that is not what Mike was really wanting. If he'd managed to block off the 7 with the 1, that could have been okay, but I do fear that the 7 is on, even though Nick isn't looking at it, because you take the 2 here, it's a good ball to get on the 3 from. So just like this, see, he's on the 3 now. So as far as attacking options to really get yourself into a frame, that was a very good one. Thank you, Barton McGill. I'm not that bloody big, surely. That was a helpful little rub off the 14. Yeah, I think it might have been just Jody, just what is she's watching on. Oh, he's overplayed his hand there, his Nick. Just needed to pot that. He didn't need to do anything special with the cue ball. Just overextended. Little stun and run there from Mike. You just want to run past the 4 here. Oh, that's a beautiful roll. So you run past the 4 and naturally you're on the 10 and the 9. He's just got to work out what he's going to do with the black. He wants to give himself just a wee angle on the 9 here, so if he can either work to move the black from there, or he can work position for the 15, so he can either move the black with that or spot the cue ball on the 8. He's had to stop. That's just run too far. It's probably about 150 mil short of where it ended up. If he's just off straight, that would have been perfect. He would have just been able to run through and be kind of behind the 8 for the bottom right pocket. Rog on the rock. Sorry, I don't get the reference. Oh, Roger. Oh, okay. No, I know what you're talking about now. Rog. Woohoo! Just about slice of dice. But in the end, that's worked out quite well for him. Now, is the shot on to play the plant 1 onto the 5? If the shot is on, if there's enough separation between the 1 and the 15, that shot becomes possible. If they're too close together, then he's going to go and off it and pot the 15. See, from where I'm looking here, I reckon he's just going to touch the 15 in if he tries to play that shot. As it is, he's not even looking at it. He's probably thinking that discretion's the better part of valour here. Oh, he's done it anyway, though. Dear, oh dear. He tried to do something else entirely and made an absolute mess of it. So this black to win the match. Down she goes, so Mike Grattan 3-1 over Nick Moses, moves into the last 64. Is that because I kind of sound like him, Barton McGill? It's either him or comedian Ray O'Leary, one of the two. For any of you who don't know who Ray O'Leary is or haven't actually heard him, I do actually reckon that his voice sounds a lot like mine. I was just watching John Gower trying to slip that 15 in behind Claire's 3. One thing that you see with these tables is that you're better off to play those softer than harder. Because again, with the way these are cut, you don't tend to get as much forgiveness if you hit them hard. Even if you're trying to rub off a ball, those jaws still tend to grab and spit the ball if you don't quite get it in the middle of the pocket. You see Chris Scarry also playing at the moment as your top right of screen to the on table 3.
Darren White, Bradley Warman.
So Darren White versus Bradley Warman will be the next match streamed. Up until then, you've got the option of watching one of several games that you can see. See Claire on the 7, bottom right of your screen. I'm going to power it in to get the cue ball to spit back across for the black in the same pocket, but this is hear 'em, scare 'em stuff now. There's so much that could go wrong with this if she tries to cut it in the same hole. Which is why she's decided to just try and stick it in the bunch and give John a few headaches. Looks like the 15 goes though. It's actually hit the 13 first to try and spit the 13 out, but in doing so he's managed to put the 8 over the hole. You know how I'm talking about overplaying your hand? I think John just did that there. Double, no. Had to play it, had to try it. Don't know if he's left a free ball here. Can't see where the cue ball ended up. There's a wee chance that he's actually left clear behind the 13 here, which would be a wee bit Ikemo if he has. It means that Clear will have to take the 13 as a free ball, and obviously you've got that hazard that you'll miss it. But no, it was on. Don't know what the score is in that match. It looks like the players are just setting up to play on our streaming table. Yeah, the streaming table is the one top left of your screen. So I'll just cross over now.
The other good thing we got is you don't need to have, you know how we used to have to click into here to be active? Buttons? We don't have to. I can be working on that and you can press the button and it'll change.
Nice.
Which is good when I'm trying to get rid of copyright and all that jazz. Don't forget to subscribe.
As you see rolling on the bottom of your screen there are our wonderful sponsors. There's an awful lot of them, and for a tournament of this size, you're playing both the ladies and the opens in the same week. You need a lot of people on your side to help that go. Darren White starts us off. It's a good break that. The cue balls ended up at the wrong end of the table, but there's still a couple of options that he's got. The 11's probably the easiest shot. But I've actually got a program on me right now and I can read them off to you. So on cue, of course, brings you the stream, brings you the tables. Thank you very much to both Daryl Chambers and to Paul Shivers for getting this set up for us. So, wonderful product this is. Then you've got Yanni, which is Kiri Michaelides. Makes some lovely flatbreads and pita breads and all sorts of yummy stuff. Teagle, got the Admiral Motel, roller blinds, so direct.co.nz. Amcor, Smartweld, Need More Firewood, Ultra, can't see the rest of it. Pete's Painting, which is Pete Wilson. Crafty Tina, so that's Tina, can't remember her last name offhand. Christchurch Accountancy and Tax Service Limited, so that's Keith Thorpe. Archway Funeral Services, Your Shout. Heart and Soul Kitchen, which is, I believe, Sandy and Steve Collier. MDG Construction. And you've got Bunnings Warehouse Shirley, which is the nearest branch of Bunnings. And then you've got North Avon Pharmacy, which is very close to here as well. And obviously the Richmond Club for hosting this event as well as they have done. So now just on to some pool. Didn't get either the wick off the 12 or the straight pot. Darren can just glance off this 12 and pop the 15 out here. But she has done. Is cue ball going to play for him? Yeah, pretty good. There for a plant. Oh, he's ended up losing that completely. I think he was worried about where the cue ball was going, and he wanted to make sure he left himself a shot on either the 13 or the 15 after it, which is often not easy to do when you're off angle on those plants. Kind of having to weigh up sort of pot versus position sometimes, and when you go too far one way you end up missing the other thing. Interesting choice of shot for Bradley there, going for the double. While that 13 is there though, he's a chance of winning this frame, because that's an awkward ball. He's actually made the black difficult as well. A soft roll to nothing there, but it's better that it did go in, because if it stayed there it would have been a free ball. Yeah, that's the only way to play this, is to just jack up on it slightly and kind of punch it in. He wasn't far off. Didn't get on the 13, but on a different day that could have gone in and he could have ended up kind of between the black spot and the 4, which then would have given himself a shot at the 13. So the last game of the last 128 was just called, so once all the last 128 games are in, then they can do the draw for the flight. So there is a flight in both the main event and the trophy. But of course you need all matches in this last 128 to finish before you can do that. A portion of the trophy was played yesterday. Bradley's just overhit that, so didn't get the cover that he wanted. The 4's far enough away from the rail where Darren can kind of play this 13 into the rail and then off the 4 and screw the cue ball back past the 8. So if you're looking for an aggressive option, that's your one. It's a bit difficult to cue with the jigger though, which is quite possibly why he's just elected to lay it up. Because you're cueing that with the jigger, first of all you're having to watch where your jigger goes, and then secondly you're watching your cue swing, and thirdly, because you don't have much room to pull back, you don't want your cue to end up off the jigger and you can't actually cue the shot. I think discretion was the better part of valour there. That's not too bad from Bradley. It doesn't look great, but he's now pushed the 2 closer to the pocket, and being off the rail as it is, he's got a better angle to work for the 6, or even vice versa. 6 to the 2, 2 to the 6, they both kind of work off each other. So at the moment I'm just going to step away and go and do a couple of things, and I'll be back fairly soon. Hope you enjoy your experience watching the poll. I missed the ending of that previous frame. Darren White taking that. Looks like the 3 off the 6 here for Bradley. Or even the 3 by itself. I think when you play shots like that, when you've got the possibility of potting it directly or playing off a ball, you need to still ensure that you pick a shot and stick with it. You're either going to play it off the ball or you're going to play it directly. So if you kind of play in between, or you take it for granted, oh, that jams, spits out. If you take those shots for granted, then that's when you end up in between and you miss the pot. It's got a little rub off the 15 there. I don't think it really affected too much. You want to leave the 11 if you can. Obviously at the moment you can't. So you have to take the 11, and I'm going to stay away from the 2 here. Oh, he's managed to hit it almost full ball. And what's more, it looks like the 2 might have actually stuck in the way of the 14. Or maybe not, because that's what he's aiming for. Could take either ball here. Looks like the 14 might have been on, but I didn't actually know if that was on or not. He very nearly made that on. This does give Bradley an opportunity to put the 7 in off the 12 now. If he wants to stay down the near end of the table on the screen, or rather the black spot end of the table, then if he runs this through, misses the 12 and manages to stick himself on the 7, well, the shot's not on now. He's actually managed to jail that 7 up, unfortunately. But that shot was on. But now what he can do though is take this 9 and end up low on the 4. So if he ends up roughly level with the black spot or just below it, then he's got the angle to naturally work in for the 7. Now he's underrun that. For me, he's underran that. Probably needed to go about 300 mil further. So that would have been near perfect, just to pot the 4 and naturally run into either the 7 or the 10 and get the split. He can re-establish that angle on the 5 though if he screws back. Oh, he went for the cut instead. And guess where the cue ball ended up? Right there is just about perfect for that shot, but alas, he will not get to play it. Double looks on here. If he can avoid the double hit on the cue ball on the way back. Oh, I just wondered whether that was 7 first. Just the way the 7 came off, I reckon he hit the 7 first there. Because he would have slid the 7 onto the rail more if he'd contacted the 10 first. But because the 7 bounced into the rail and came out, that's why I reckon it could have been a foul, but the players have decided to just play on. It's not a bad shot that from Bradley. He's left this really awkward for Darren. He doesn't really have a shot to the middle here unless he can play it really slowly. He's tried to do that and he's ended up lucky to even hit it. terms of results, though, it's not a bad one. I mean, sure, it could have pushed the 10 closer to the pocket, but what it has done is it's taken the 5 away, so the only ball really that Bradley can play with any conviction here is the 7. Get past the 8, he's okay, but the table, Jesus, it ran fast. He wanted to be the other side of the 4 there, so kind of in between those 2 bolts at the bottom of the table. You see the 2 bolts at the bottom of your screen, the one in the middle and the one on the right on the short rail. If he was kind of halfway in between those, that would have been perfect. Double, geez, that's a great effort, but I tell you what, that could be punished quite harshly here. Oh, just runs it in. That's all it needed. Same with this, just run it in. You don't have to worry about your cue ball too much. Oh, it stayed out. It stayed away. Could have sworn that was going to just fade inwards, but it stayed out. And even with how generous these pockets are for slow rolly shots, that was just far enough away to sit. That needs to go. That really needed to go. To get past it and put it in the middle. It will cut into the bottom left pocket though. Oh, beautiful, but he's lost his cue ball. It's unfortunate because he actually hit that 4 quite beautifully, but if anything he kind of hit it too well. He needed to play it more, I think, with a bit of stun, or maybe with a wee bit of side to try and check it or halt the progress off the rail. So now what? A couple of options. You can try and double it into the middle right of your screen. You can play the safety, which he's done very well. Stick it on the rail and say, there you go, Darren, you sort it out. Darren can try to play the cue ball down the rail off this and pop the black away, but it looks like he's going to try and position himself. Here he is for a double. Looks good, yes, great shot. Great shot, Darren White. 2 frames to nil he leads. He gets himself on the hill because, of course, the first round of the post section is played as a race to 3, which is a difference from the race to 4 that it usually is, but we don't have the time today to do that. In fact, last 128, last 64 and last 32, I believe a race to 3. Could possibly be that the last 32 will then change to a race to 4, but that's yet to be decided. Flip back to our main table now. Kind of debatable whether that cue ball was actually in the D or not, but it doesn't really matter. Don't think either player's too bothered about that. Nothing off the break. Hard to decide which is the better set here. You'd think just on first view the unders are the better of the two, but as it is with everything, it could just be one ball that's a problem, and if you... Oh dear, he's gotten too much of the 12. He was trying to deliberately hit that to move it away for the 5 to be on, but he Instead of just getting a wee piece of it, he got a mitful. So the table remains open. I don't think he'll want to run full tit into the 1 here. He'll want to avoid that if he can. He wanted to avoid that even more though. If he'd just gotten a piece of the 13 or the 9, that would have been ideal there, but the 4 is still on. Oh, well played. Well played. Not always easy redirecting there, but he's done so quite well. He doesn't want to hook himself behind the 1 here. Strolls it in. That was about as close as you could get without missing it. Looks like he might be taking this off the rail first, or if not, just going for the big screw back, or even take a third option, just play a stun shot. This will go off the jaw and off the 12 here. Oh, he's kind of half and half did. He made the pot though, so the 7 can do the same thing here. I think he'll want to try and stack this. Oh, he's hit it too fat though. I think he was a little bit gun shy after the first one went in. So he's a touch conservative with that one, and that's why it hasn't gone the way he wants it to. Bit of work here for Bradley to do, but he's in a position where he can do the work. If he's gotten himself on the 13, that'd be great. So it appears that the angle's enough for him to perhaps screw back into the 11 and free it off the rail, or at least he can position himself one of the other 2 balls. But he's not going for it. He's going for the double instead on the 11. Whilst I love the Enterprise, look at what he would have left if he'd potted it. I do love what he was trying to do there, but that's the problem when it doesn't quite work. You feel it's one of those shots that you're better off playing if you're 2-0 up versus being 2-0 down. This is quite a tricky shot though, because you've got to remember that he's got a free ball, but he's kind of stuck in between these balls. Oh, that's not great. I'm not entirely sure what he was trying to do there. I somehow feel he was trying to hit the 7 and just got his lines wrong. Yeah, he's trying to work for the 13 there and didn't get it, but he should be okay though. I'm pretty sure the 11's still on. And he'll just be annoyed at the fact that he's not on his first choice. There's been a problem that he's had most of this game actually, is his white ball positioning just hasn't been there, and then he's had to resort to playing a double or another shot that he'd only want to play if he's actually aiming for it. And quite often that's what it's led to in this match. So he's gone to play a shot like that he didn't want to play, and now he's handed the table back over. This could very well rub off the... Yeah, you can see it just there. If he can just catch the inside part of that jaw. But he's gotten a big piece of the 12, and now they're on for Bradley. The 9 off the 11 looks on here. If he can keep the 9 tight to the rail, I reckon that'll pot off the 11. Let's see, taking the 12 here, it's not a bad option because what he can do is he can reset on one of his other 3 balls that are not difficult. Because he's now given himself perhaps 2 shots here. He's got the plant or he's got the 13 now. I'm picking he'll play the plant. Maybe he didn't want the 15 to be sitting on that knuckle, because if it sits away from the knuckle or the other side of the pocket, then it's a better ball to position on and it's a better ball to try and move the 11 from. But now he's having to force one again. Jack up on this and try to get sort of middle of the table or past the middle of the table. He's done it well this time, but as you can see there, it's not quite the angle that he would have wanted for any sort of breakup. So he can either he can try for it if he wants to, but every chance he's going to hit the 9 fine and run it down the rail. If he catches this fine, he can play for a double, which is what he's done there. He's actually done that quite well. He's left himself a good double here. It's a good angle to see whether it's going to go or not. Oh, hit the knuckle and spat out. Dear, oh dear, if that had gone in. He's had a number of bites at that shot all game, and I don't think he's actually made one. That had to go in, otherwise it was a free ball. Now, this one, that's not great position for the black though. He's going to double it by the look of it. Definitely the way to go here. Keep the cue ball down this end of the table if you miss. Just make sure you pot the ball though. You don't want to give any chances away. Oh, and don't do that. And don't do that. So he played that quite timidly, and now Bradley's got a free ball on the 8. Well, sorry, on the 9, and he can take the 8. He can just run through on the 8 and be there for the 9. Oh, he's missed it and he's left it on. He's mindful of running out of position or going and off. Oh, well done, punched into it nicely, and Darren White through to the next 64 with a 3-0 win. Bradley just didn't have his game, I'm afraid, today, and sometimes it is the way. First game when you're playing in post-section, it doesn't matter how you played in the section play, because that matters for Nout. It's whether you can reproduce that sort of form when you play your first game of knockouts. Have another look at the room here. Just got a bit of time before our next streamed game, so I will step away for the moment. Again, I hope you guys are all enjoying this. Mike Jeffrey and Alan Robertson, by the way, that's your next streamed game. That is in the trophy round. So hopefully you guys enjoy watching that game. I shall be back soon. Right. Just taking a bit of time out. Thank you very much, Samara, and thanks for your kind words. First time I've seriously had a go in the comm box in this tournament. Must say it's actually a good feeling to be more playing than commentating, although I'll give you guys a wee teaser. You'll probably hear a bit more of me than I would like, because I lost in my first round match in the last 128. So I'm still in the flight, so I still will be playing, but I won't be playing in the main event anymore. Well done to Gina Grimwood for beating me 3-0. Ladies champion, proving why she is the ladies champion. Played very well. Fully deserved to beat me. I wasn't playing as well as I should have been, and player she is, she made sure that I got rightfully punished. Way it goes sometimes, unfortunately. So often it's just one bad game too. You play really well for the week, and then you play one bad game, you get knocked out early, and unfortunately that's just the way the game goes on occasions. You can't always do well. You just have to go and win the flight now. Yeah, that's actually a good point that Paul just made. Last 64s onwards, until we next get a call, is now a race to 4. So the last 128, which is the first round of playoffs, was a race to 3. Onwards in the main event's a race to 4. Oh, that's not quite come out right. It was the right idea though, play that to try and extract the 1. But a number of things happened that made that less than ideal.
So flight events are race to 2,
Yeah, all the flight games, whether it be the main event flight or the trophy flight, all of those games until further notice are race to 2, so... And that is just because they're both backup events, essentially. Oh, that could have ended up really yucky for Mike. He may very well have a... Yeah, I was about to say he's got a shot at that. He's played that brilliantly too. There's no other way to hit that except aggressively and get out there. So the 9's on. Looking at the 13 though, and I just wonder if that's because, well, the way he's played that because of where the 1 is. Now he doesn't want to go behind these. Oh, which he has done. So I think now the prudent thing to do is just clip that and run away. And Alan Robertson, he's a good snooker player, so this sort of shot shouldn't be too difficult in terms of being able to play it. It's just being able to execute it. I'm going to play this maybe with a tiny trace of left to get the cue ball to run down the rail and sit just short of the 9, so the black's on in the bottom right pocket. It's not an easy shot to pace, but it is very he is capable of doing it. Oh, he's just put too much side on it. He's put too much side on it. It actually bit into the rail and he's ended up on the wrong side of the black. Now I think you might be looking at a free ball here. I dare say that the 9 is snookered. If you take the 12 away, the 10 is still snookered. I just wonder how Mike's going to play this. He's actually looking to play the right-hand side of the 9 as he sees it. That should be fine. As long as he's out far enough with the cue ball, it's not going to be a snooker back. Alan's just going to leave him stuck in that bunch if he can. Just be patient here, because there's always the threat of leaving a snooker, which is exactly what Mike has done. He's trying to flip the 12 away from that black so that he only left the black, but he hasn't gone far enough, so free ball to Alan. It doesn't appear that the black will pass the 12 onto the 10. So that's the one saving grace here. He might try it anyway. If he can just burrow that black through the 12, he might just have a chance at it. He tried it, didn't quite work. He just squeezed off the 12 too much. He wanted to kind of rub off the 12 as much as he can rub off it rather than ping or squeeze off it. This is a great position for the 12 now. He just needs to make sure he doesn't go behind the 8. He's managed to still stay on it, so well played. It's probably run 2 rails here. Bottom rail, right rail on your screen. Oh, screw out. Is he going to be okay? By the looks of it, he is. Now, going to have to watch his cue ball here. But that angle shows you that it's actually not as hard a shot as it looks. But he made it look harder because of the way he played it. He just kind of jabbed at it. That's what he had to do though, isn't it? He just had to take a wee bit of time and make sure he struck it in. That's for the win. And down she goes. The cue ball is safe. So Alan Robertson moves on to the next round of the trophy, beating Mike Jeffrey 3-0. Top of your screen you'll see Bill Earl there. He's had a wee bit of a break from the game, but he's come back. Looks as nice and burly as he always has though. He's certainly it's an inspiration to many actually, is Bill Earl. With longevity in the game, but always has some good opinions about the game. He's always got some good ideas. Came up with a few good ones in the delegates meeting this morning. He's always got ways of trying to progress the game forward, which I really like. You see top right of your screen Shirl O'Connell, aka Warren O'Connell, versus Patrick Cowan. Just right of centre is Les Mitchell versus John Renwick. And bottom right of your screen is Mitch Gurley. I don't actually know who he's playing. It looks like Brian Cater though. If Brian's about to step up next, but and bottom left of your screen is Nathan Geddes. Oh, that's a good game to stream. Simon Singleton versus Corey Freeman. This early on in the tournament. Just imagine it. And I get to commentate on it.
Huge match. Replay of the match in the North.
Last 64s, was it? This is a replay of the last 64 match in the North Islands, where these two managed to take it all 7 frames, and eventually Simon prevailing in that game 4 frames to 3. This is similarly a race to 4. And Paul's just keying it up as we speak. I also see Kerry Wirtz there, bottom right of your screen, who has won this event before. Both the pairs and in the singles. Don't call him the magician for nothing. He's definitely got away with playing this game. And hopefully I'll get to see that later on in the day, with no disrespect at all to his opponent Mitch Gourlay. But Corey Freeman actually plays for New Plymouth, but he's come down here in part due to the fact that his son Max Freeman is playing in this event as well, and Max is his boy with Des Wilcox's now wife, Chrissy Wilcox, a child from a previous relationship between the two of them. I believe Desi Wilcox will be either playing now or playing soon. Good opportunity early doors to see how both of these guys are queuing though, because as much as you can infer that you don't know how a player's going to go, watching them early, you can at least get an idea of how they're feeling. So Simon can be a slow starter, and definitely Corey will be looking to exploit that if he can. Here we go. Simon Singleton, Corey Freeman. For your viewing pleasure, I know most of you watching will know who both of these players are, especially if you live in the North Island. Thank you both very much. Main event started at 8:30, Tony. There's a lot of games to get through. You've still got your games from your flights and your trophy games, as well as this main event, so they had to get it started early. But Corey Freeman in this particular tournament representing Richmond. He's also a member of the Taranaki team that does battle with the Reds and Yellows as well. He's represented them. I still remember him as in 2006 at Whangamata, when he was fairly new onto the scene there, playing in the Nationals there, and remembering this kid with a really smooth queuing stroke, looking at him and thinking, Jesus, this boy could be big.
So from what Tracy's just said before, it looks like she's going to try and keep main event games going out on table 1 now.
Oh yeah.
But there may be the odd time that we get a different match as a full tournament.
Yeah. Yes, Chris Bowman is still in. He won his first game of the day against Tony Blair. Now playing one of my Cobra's teammates, Bobby Hong, in the last 64. So slightly biased as to whom I want to win that match. Corey has won the toss, will elect to break first. Let's see if we can get in as an electrifying a game between these two as we had in the last 64 of the North Islands. If this game goes 7 frames like that game did, then it'll be magic to watch. Boy, can these two fellas kill a ball. doesn't appear that Corey is using the shark rack, whereas Simon, as you well know, does use the shark rack. So here we go. The rack's there. Corey to the table, about to get us underway here. Last 64. Race to 4, Corey Freeman v Simon Singleton. Electing for the controlled type break instead of really winding up and smashing it. Didn't get a ball down though, so Simon will get a very early look at the table here. To be honest, I'm liking the overs more than the unders, looking at the way the balls lie, but again that cue ball could hold the key for which set Simon will have to go for here. If he's willing to take a risk and play the 11 or the 15 or the 9, if the 15 and the 9 are on, then that's something that he'll have to decide for himself. Otherwise, you play the obvious set, which is the unders, because more of those are on from here. I think that's the little conundrum that he's got now. He's trying to weigh up whether it's worth the risk to take overs from where they are. Ultimately deciding to take what has been given to him, knowing that he's still a more than good enough player to mop these up. So looking at the 6 now to try and get rid of that, and then maybe come back down table and do some damage on these other balls that you can see. He gets a nice angle on the 4 here. I think the 4 actually might be on in that middle pocket. If he can get some sort of angle on that 4, then he can play that. But he's also got the 7. If he can just clip the 7 off the 11 and make the 3 on for the same pocket, and that'll open up another avenue for him. And you see how he kind of punched into that to kill the cue ball there for the 3. And he's got the 3, and he's also got the 5 as well if he wants it. I just want to switch view to see if that 4 will go. It seems like a sort of 50-50, doesn't it, as to whether the 4 will go in that top middle pocket. He doesn't seem to be too bothered by the fact that those 2 balls are together though, so that tells me that the 4 is on. I'll just quickly click to this view so you can see the shot. So yes, it was on, and it was on by some distance. It's the way that he played it. Out nicely for the 2. Drops the 2. So on the less favoured set, this would be a clearance to saver if this drops, which he does, as we all know that can on multiple occasions, as Simon Singleton goes 1-0 up. Yeah, no, he definitely has the capability, Tony. If he's on and he's feeling it, then look out the rest of the field. This is Chris Bowman we're talking about. Tony Van Wyck, of course, knows Chris very well. As you see again, scrolling at the bottom of your screen is our wonderful sponsors for this event. So now Simon gets a chance to break. Just fresh off a clearance after a dry break from Corey in the previous frame. And also going for the more control style break, as you can see, using the shark rack. There's been obviously a bit of conjecture about the shark rack in this tournament as to whether it actually helps or whether it detracts from the game because of the fact that the rack can stay on the table and impede the progress of the balls. I mean, I'll always maintain that it's better for the game because it helps with your break. Going unders not because of the fact that it allows them to move the rack, but because they are the better set for mine. The only ball that could perhaps pose problems is the 7. So the 4 looks like it will go between the 13 and the 14. So that might actually be a bit of view of that. It certainly appears that there's enough of a gap there. I'm just wondering if he might use this 5 to get back for the 7 now. The 7 definitely is the ball that will cause the most problems. If he can get onto it now, don't think he has, but he's still got the 2, and because he's quite crafty, he'll just play this off the 10 and hold the cue ball. He didn't even need to, he just kind of rolled it in. So the 6 is on from here as well, but I think he'll just stick back to the 1. If he'd left himself straighter, he could have just ran that through quietly and put the 7 in the top right pocket that we can see. So I dare say he's actually gotten himself out of position here for what he was aiming for. I'll just run a few rails here. Easy 1, 2. Ends up quite nicely on the 7. That's similar to the shot that he wanted before when he was on the 1, and as he came up short, he had to get there a different way. He's done that fairly well here. He just needs to be careful of his pace here. He should be okay to just stroke this in pocket weight or just above and still be on the 6. This will be a good test of how the table runs too, and it seems the table for that shot has passed the test, as is the test for Simon's cueing has been passed. So this, for a very quick 2-0 lead and 2 clearances if this drops, which of course it does. So Simon Singleton, in very little time it seems, 2-0 up over Corey Freeman. Dry break from Corey first frame, Simon clears. Simon broke second frame, got a ball and cleared, so only shot that Corey's had to this point is the break in the first frame. Don't think that's going to worry Corey any. He knows how good a player Simon is. He racks the balls, and it's good here to take a little bit of time when you're doing this, just to recollect yourself and just to tell yourself, look, you can't do much about that. Your opponent's done what they've done. I think that front ball popped off the spot there. That's why Corey's gone back to re-rack them. One thing I like that Corey's done with this rack is, just for you young players out there, or for you players who are still new to this game, you see how he's got the 9 and the 1 in the bottom 2 corners of the rack? See, the 2 balls of the same colour, if you put those on each side of, or each corner of the rack, then that ensures that you have an over and an under in each corner. Because the two balls of the same colour have to be opposite sets. So that's something that I've incorporated into my rack as well. Any upsets this morning? I suppose you could call me losing my first game an upset for many. I got beaten 3-0 by Gina Grimwood just before. But as I said before, Gina, the ladies champion, for a good reason. She played really well in our match, and I wasn't quite up to the mark. These things do happen though. Simon again into his work, so and Corey, as you saw there, went again for the controlled softer break, and whilst he got a really good split, he again went dry. So if Corey does get another break at any point, if he can win a frame and get another chance to break, then it will be interesting to see if he goes to the harder break, because he's tried two of the soft breaks and they haven't worked. The 9 is the interesting ball here. That's what he was staring at before he played that shot on the 13, is whether the 9 will actually go in by itself, or whether he will need to use the 12. See, it goes in by itself there. I didn't really want to move the 12 because this angle that he's got on the 12 now he wouldn't have had if he'd had to move it. So now he can use this, maybe go around behind those balls and leave himself potentially on the 10 here. So the 10's not on in any other pocket bar the middle one that 12's on for, and that's ended up going real ugly. The second option, which is what I think he's played for, is to get full ball on the 10 and just push it away, and that would have killed the cue ball and left him on for the 14 or the 15, but because he's clipped the edge of it, he's ended up running off and leaving the 10 still stuck there. What's he playing here? Is he playing for a double here? I'm not sure whether this is on. He's going to try and play in. Yeah, he tried to kick the behind of the 14 there. First real shot at the table that Corey's had all game. Let's see how his nerves are after quickly going 2-0 down and see where his head's at. Taking the 2 first, so he's being aggressive here by the look of it. Nice, picks the 10 away, pushes the 10 near the rail too, just for a little bit of added security. 4's on from here, so got a few options on the 4. He can play it and try and move the 1, or he can try to spot the cue ball on the 1, which is probably the way I'd do it if it's me. Just kind of roll it through and come off the rails slightly and leave yourself just off angle on the 1, so you can just roll the 1 in and be nicely on the 6. He's probably a bit short there, I'd imagine. Would have wanted to come out probably about 200 mil further, and that way you could just run this ball into the middle pocket and the natural path of the cue ball takes it down for the 6. He hits the ball really well though, does Corey, so I wouldn't be surprised if he cues us into the bottom pocket here. Stay for the middle, and he's done a good job of controlling that. Get the pots one thing, but not scudding off and getting in bad positions another. Could play a wee stun screw type shot here and put the 6 in the opposite corner pocket. Pops out nicely. Good angle now just to top through here off one rail for the 5. That needs to slow down though. Oh, he's gotten away with it. Thought it was going to get glued to the 5 for a moment there, but he's okay. He's not on the ball he wants to be on, but it's still there for him. Now is when he needs to decide whether he's going to try and stick to putting the 5 in the middle pocket off the 7, or whether he's going to run around a bit further and play the longer shot into the same pocket that he wants to put the 7 in. He's even looking at the 5 here. He might just try to flick this in and try and maybe run around the 7 perhaps. I don't think he's in a position where he can run into the 10 and hold the cue ball. I don't feel that the angle's there for him to do that, so I think the 7's the better ball here. He just needs to trust his cueing, as he quite often does, to get the cue ball around to somewhere good on the 5. Coming out, he's okay for the middle there. The black does appear to pass the 14 into the middle pocket. You can see there's your view there to tell you that indeed it can. So as long as he manages to avoid the 10 here, if he just runs wide of the 10 on this, then he should be fine. Oh, he's run straight into it, but has he gotten a bit of fortune there? I think he's still okay. I believe this black still goes. It's queuing off the rail. This for a frame. Oh, don't go in the middle. He's okay. He's okay. He can breathe. Well done, Corey. Proving that big players make big plays, and certainly playing a big player in Simon. So 2-1 Simon Singleton. As we look again at the room. You see Kiri Michaelides on just to the right of your screen. Just trying to listen out to see if any... Just listening out to see if my game in the flight is on. So that's why I kind of paused there. I'm just going to nip out really quickly after this break because my bladder has other ideas. That's a wonderful break. Geez, I might actually miss a whole frame if I do that. That just goes to show you two things. One, how good it is to be able to just time a break. He didn't hit that hard at all. He just timed that. It was all timing, and he got a great split. Got 4 balls down, and that leads us to the second point, the one that I often make, that the shark rack does make a big difference. Because you will consistently get a good rack with the shark rack, as long as you know how to use it correctly. If you can get all the balls touching with it, then you can almost always guarantee a good split. Went for the unders there, which was quite unusual, but not so much so when you look at the layout of the table. The 3 is very much on from there, and the 14 maybe isn't, so I think that's what he'd be the reason why he's gone for the unders there, even though he had to take a pretty testy looking first shot on the 2. He knew that the reward was quite high for it. You can see there the 6 was very much on. That's lovely killing. He's paced that so beautifully. Those are not easy shots to control, not just for the weight but also for the line of the cue ball, because if you lose your line, then it can be just as bad as over or under cueing it. Back here for the 4 by the looks of it. So I'm guessing here 4 to the 5 to the 3, and then the black in probably the same pocket as, oh sorry, no, the opposite corner pocket that you can see to the top right of your screen. And that's the way I'm picking. So just a nice wee angle on the 5 here. Possibly overran that slightly. You would have wanted to be a little straighter on the 5 here ideally. But he's got a lot of table that he can work into here. I just have to play for a slightly different zone here unless he can put enough on this cue ball, which he has done. Now, there's 2 ways he can play this here. He can either screw back, or he can top through with a bit of side, just like this, to come out for the 8. He's ended up underrunning that somewhat. I think the top through with a bit of side was the better shot because you're not involving the 14. Shouldn't be a problem for Simon though, and it isn't, so well done. Simon Singleton again with a clearance. In fact, we've seen 4 of them in this game. All 4 frames have been won by an 8-ball clearer from a player. So that's exactly the calibre that you want. Apologies folks, just had to nip out quickly. No surprises that Simon's at the table. He's almost had a monopoly over this table in this match. And once again I'm told Corey went for the soft break and came up empty. This does cut, although it's quite fine. Is this going to run too far? It is. I think the 12's still on though. Do you see the angle here? The 12 still looks on. It's just a question of, can he push through the 8 and try to free the 15 up? Now, Corey, if he's got any smarts here, will call a ref over to watch this shot, because there is the possibility that the 8 could be contacted first. Now, he's got Paul Hinch over just to referee. Certainly looked like a fair shot. You can see Paul tapping the table with his knuckles to indicate fair shot, good shot. He has managed to push the 15 to where it is now on. It's just now with the 14. It does go past the 4, but I think the thing that Simon will be worried about here is trying to spot the cue ball somewhere for the 15. If he can get it in that gap between the 1 and the 8, that would be ideal. I think what he might need to do here is just play a stun and run type shot with maybe a trace of left. Oh, he's played into the 1. He's gotten really close on that. I didn't want to be so close to it. This is when you're in millimetres of difference there. If he'd contacted the 1 a few millimetres fuller than he did, then that would have made about a ball width difference, and he wouldn't be so close to this. Oh, well played. Had to get his cue out of the way really quickly, as well as the fact that he was stretching over the table. So this is to move on to the last 32. What a match that is. So early in the tournament, and yes, it was a 4-1 victory for Simon Singleton, but both players, when they were at the table, showing us why they are highly regarded at the length and breadth of the country. It's a bit of a shame to see Corey go so early, to be honest, because I would have loved to have watched that beautiful queuing more, but unfortunately them's the breaks. So Simon moves on and will play in the last 32. I'm not entirely sure which opponent he has, but I hope you guys liked a wee taste of him early on. Must say I enjoyed commentating on that. He don't often get a game of that calibre this early in the tournament on the streaming table, but it was great to have it. Mitch Gourlay, bottom right of your screen, just working there on table 9. Looks like Gina Grimwood's playing too, so you see Gina with a hand up there just to the right of centre. So wanting to get a referee to watch one of her shots. Now, Gina of course beat me in the first round of knockouts, playing I believe Kiri Michaelides. Looking at other players who are currently playing, top right of your screen you've got Shirl O'Connell against Patrick Cowan. That game's still going. Nathan Giddy's still playing, bottom left of your screen. It looks like Bridget Nolan versus Lisa Broomhall, top right of your screen there on table 3. So Lisa at the table currently. I think that game might be a plate match. I'm not 100% sure. So he's going to get a ref. You see to Kerry there, he's looking for a referee, and the reason why is because he's potted the black as a free ball, but the 7 obscures the spot. So we are starting to get some main flight games going out. So these are the ones that I'll have to listen for. You see referee Ronnie Simons there using his wiles and his ability as a referee to just spot the black on the spot. Of course, if the black is not able to be placed on the spot, it's spotted as close as possible to the black spot on the line back to that back diamond. That's a lovely shot that Kerry's played to extract it. He wins that frame. I don't actually know what the score is in that match. I would like to know, because a lot of players would have been watching that. It's one of those obviously potential upsets with Mitch playing. But I'll just leave you for now. Hopefully you guys continue to watch this and enjoy it. Don't yet have a streamed game on table 1, so I'll get a look at the whole room from here. Okay then. Warren Wairepo, Devan Bramley, you guys have got a very high bar set. Previous match there was one missed pot all game. This of course the match between Simon Singleton and Corey Freeman, which Simon won 4-1. Near perfect poll that game. Speaking to Brett DeFaria that if Simon plays the way he did in that game, then he thinks no one's going to beat him. Brett's certainly the man to listen to for advice like that. And Devine here with one off the break and opting to go overs. Big thing for Devon here is going to be his touch play. Sometimes he's a touch suspect when it comes to touch pull, so can be a touch heavy-handed. So he's really going to have to get his touch game going here. Little things like that help when you get a good bump on the 1 to hold the cue ball for the 14. So little things like that early on in a match really helpful. Get those going your way. Obviously play for it, and if you can pull it off, then it gives you that much more confidence going on in the frame. He's still in good position here. He's most likely would have liked to have been a bit straighter on this, but he's still got options off the 12. Oh, that doesn't help when you miss cue though. Dear, oh dear. I think he just lifted his head on contact, and when you do that, your cue rises with you, and you end up catching the very top of the cue ball and miscuing as he has. And look at this table for Warren now. It is a combo. He hit Warren's ball first. It is something else that he does, a little foible of his as well with Devon, is that he does sometimes lift his head slightly when he cues, so that'll be a reminder for him to keep his head down. Taking the 10 there to remove A, an easy worker, and B, to leave himself nicely on the 3 as he has done. The 5 now, he doesn't really want to run into this 6. Gone a wee bit further away from that, and I'm betting he would have liked. But he's okay though. He can just push this through slightly and be off angle on the 7, or even a stun shot to give himself more angle on the 7. Now, he doesn't need to play this so hard. He can just kind of pace this one in. By which I mean just play it pocket weight or just above. He's elected to hit it a bit harder here, and he's slightly in between position here on this ball. He should still be okay. If he can run this through with a bit of top, he'll have an angle on the 6, which is fine as it is, so maybe I was a wee bit premature with that. Now he just needs to make sure he puts just a touch of bottom on this. You want to stay on the right hand side of the table here. He's actually played that really poorly. He just needed to... What he needed to do there was dig into the ball more and stroke it more. I get the feeling he kind of poked at that rather than really stroking it. Which is why he's not got the action in the cue ball that he wanted. Too good. Very nicely cued, but too well cued. Overshot position. May look at the up and back here. Put the 13 into the bottom right corner pocket. To be honest, if you're looking at an attacking shot, then that would be the 1. Alternatively, just try to run around table and leave the cue ball safe. Doesn't want to hit the 12. Yeah. Has he gotten a second prize though? Will the 8 pass the 13? There's could be a wee pocket there for Warren. Obviously he's got to get the 6 first, but oh, he's touched the... I think he touched the 8 with his hand. He touched the 8 with his bridge hand. So it's just a free ball. It's an unintentional foul. And cue this with a bit of inside English, I believe. Oh, he needed more English. Can he play a wee swerve type shot here? If he can just give it a little bit of swerve on this, he can cut this in off the rail. Well done. Well done. Looks like he didn't really put much on that at all. It was just a straight sort of shot. So either corner or middle here. Just take your pick. Cueing it with a touch of left. I just wonder whether he might be going middle here. No, it went corner. Oh, I tell you what, that could have gone one of about 70 different ways. It's a free ball to Warren. Doesn't need it though, you can just take the 6. And this is about as easy as it gets, but... geez, that was thrill-seeking stuff there. So 1-0 to Warren Wairepo against Devon Bramley. Interesting first frame there. A couple of mistakes by both players. Good out there from Devon at the end on the 13, and unfortunately not able to take full toll by slotting the black. Warren to break. Ball off the break for Warren. So both players successful early on with regards to the break, taking unders. Now immediately your eyes turn to the 2 and the 1. As a neutral observer, you do wonder if there might be a case here to take the 3 at some point. Now, if he's got an angle that he can run into either of those 2 balls and split them up, then that's the shot he'll take. There you go, just touch the 1 away. Maybe he didn't want it near the rail like he has done, but as this says, this offers an opportunity for a double still, so he'll have that in the back of his head maybe. Not too sure how good a doubler Warren is. I don't actually know too much about him, to be completely frank. That was the other way to do it. He's played that very, very well. Straight into the 14, nudge the 1 out. Great shot. Just needs to not get caught up here and with the 8. Ah, well done. Well done. Black's on for the bottom right corner pocket here, so he'll just want to run through just a touch. Just a touch more than that, maybe. That's why he looked so annoyed with himself. All he had to do was run that through about another ball width and he was perfect. The shot is still on off the top rail though. He is going to have to do a bit more work to, not only with his pace, but with whatever side he chooses to put on this. I don't really think he needs the side so much. He just needs to kind of punch it with perhaps a wee touch of bottom. Look at this, hits the 12, he's good. He hasn't, he's kind of run past his pos there. Now let's see if this cuts. It does cut. Woo, the cue ball. Oh, great shot, great shot. Devon Bramley tapping the table to appreciate a fine shot. So Warren Wairepo 2-0 up over Devon Bramley. Just to answer your question, Nancy, there are two that immediately come to mind. Gina Grimwood, by way of beating me in the first match, and then Jojo Coleman. I'm not actually sure how her match went against Nathan Geddes. I know they were 3 each when I last left. So obviously there's a chance that she could still be in there. Devon with the break there and unable to make a ball off the break. Probably looking at the overs here. Now both sets do have problems attached. Now, the 6 and the 3 loom large on the unders as your problem balls. So that's probably why he's elected to take unders anyway. So again, it's one of those chances here where if you've got a ball that you can immediately play to get a split, then that's what you play for. I don't think it's now, unless he can bite enough to miss the 4 on this shot. He can play this ball if he can kind of punch down into it and make the ball bite slightly, then he can just miss the 4 and hopefully run fairly full into the 6. And obviously that shot wasn't available to him, or at least he didn't think so. It's still okay though. Can play to put the 6 in the middle pocket on the left now. This is quite a tight sort of shot here. He's really got to be careful of his pace that he doesn't end up... Oh, he split the 2 of them. Well done. Better option there actually is the one that he played, which is to go into the balls rather than trying to spot for position, because you're always going to be running away from it and it's so weight dependent. Ouch. Overcued it. He was trying to run through for the 3 there, but he's followed through too far, and that's exactly where he didn't want to be. Is there a safety shot he can play here? He can leave Devon sort of stuck to the 15, or otherwise without access to the balls down the other end of the table. If he can block off access to the 9 and the 11 in particular here, then he'll be good to go. It looks like he's going to come up and come off the side rail though. If he does come off the side rail, which is what he's now not going to play, just going to flick off the 3 and Looks like it's going to be a free ball here for Devon, but the good thing about the free ball here for Warren is there's really not much Devon can do with it. It's so ugly, in fact, that Dev may elect to just hand the table back. If Dev does hand the table back, then Warren can just play the 3 softly and leave Devon stuck on the 15. So Dev may want to try and play this himself and maybe use the fact that the 5's down table and the 4's covered from this end to his advantage, but he's stuck Warren back in here, and no doubt about what shot he was trying to play there. He's done it well too. Yeah, I don't know about that. I think if I were Devon there, I would have actually played a shot and tried to force Warren into doing something else, because I mean that shot that he played was just too simple. And you see Devi there trying to block off access to the 4 and the 5. Especially block off access to the 4, which he has done. Now, he has left the 5 on, but this is going to be some feat of queuing if he wants position on the 4 or the 3. He's taken the challenge on. Look out for the black. Nothing wrong with that, he took it on. Came up short though, so Devon now the ball's a lot better spread. Has an opportunity to get himself on the board here. Still listening out for my game. Devon electing not to try and get on the 13 now, but maybe off this shot perhaps. 12 and the 14 both here. Now the 12's the ball to get on the 13 on. Could very well have something else in mind here. He's stunned out for the 12 here. Now what this opens up is the run down into the bottom left corner pocket, which is a good sort of cover shot. To play this at pocket weight here, oh, there you go, I've just been called. But just quickly before I leave, if he plays this pocket weight, he'll naturally be on the 13. If he doesn't pot it, he should cover that pocket. Okay, oh, he didn't want a double piss though. Yeah, that's about the worst thing that could have happened.
Good early afternoon, everyone. So I just thought I'd jump in, do a bit of commentary while I'm waiting to play. John's gone to play his match in the flight, I believe. Yeah, in the flight. So he lost his best of three. Yeah, he lost his first round match this morning to Gina, who's had a great week so far, winning the ladies singles. Very, very impressive as well in the ladies. I think she beat Claire 4-0 in the final. I was actually arrived in time to watch that final, and she took 2 amazing clearances in the middle of the match. So, just joining the match here. Warren 2-0 up over Devon. Have to give me a second to figure out who's on which balls. And, I think that was Devon, so in a little bit of trouble in this match. Devon 2-0 down, and Warren on his last ball. Not a player I'm familiar with, though we do have the Richmond sort of writing under his name there, so he must be a local player. Really nice shot there with Hamper queuing. He's got this black for a 3-0 lead. Oh, he's overcut it. Let off for Devon. And if he can, he's got to play a good first shot, and then the 13 on the right does go. And if he can develop those 2 balls a little bit, there is a big pocket in the middle with the 8 ball as well. So, but he's got a tricky first shot. He could opt to take the 10 and try and run the white down to the bottom, or it looks like he's actually playing safe. That wasn't a bad option, but I don't think he's executed it perfectly, and Warren's got a chance here. He's just got to watch out for the in-off if he flicks off the 15. Oh, he's played it nice. He actually could pot that quite easily, so poor shot from Devon. Just a quick look at the room. Beautiful venue. Just got voted in at the AGM this morning that we're going to be coming back in 2 years' time. So I believe we're heading down to Invercargill next year for the 2024 South Islands, and then back up to Richmond for 2025, so that's good news. We did go quite a few years without the South Islands being in Christchurch, unbelievably. Kind of went around Oamaru, Timaru, Gore, Nelson. So it's always great to be back playing in Christchurch, getting big numbers in these big beautiful clubs. So Warren to break. Devon got his work cut out here. He was one of my outside sort of fancies to go well in this tournament, Devon. Still could, of course, but he's got his work cut out here. He's going to have to step up his game. I think he can get through in between the 4 and the 7 for the 13, so he does have an option here of both sets. Yep, you can see it from that angle. Good work from Paul, sat beside me, flicking his buttons. So Devon opting for the bigs, it looks like. I think that's the right choice, because the awkward big is the 10, and he's got the 11 next to it to play position. So you got 11, 10 and 14 as your last sort of 3 balls. Well, he's changed his mind, so maybe the 15 that he's next to now doesn't... Oh, he's going 15. Oh, that's suicidal. So maybe the 15 must not have passed to the middle as we're looking straight up. Got away with it a little bit. Warren would want bigs, but he's got to take the 15 down the rail. That's probably his only option if that 6 doesn't go into the middle, which it looks like it does, because he's going to play it now. So he's giving himself a chance here, Warren, for the match, albeit on probably the slightly harder set. And he's missed the one in the middle, so chance for Devon here. Well, this could land perfect. If he's on the 13, oh look at that. So 13 was probably the problem ball here where it was, and he's landed absolutely plumb on that. So he might just run down here for the, I was going to say run for the 14, but
Yeah, he's right around the corner.
yeah, that's a good shot. I kind of like leaving the 14 there to play after the 10, because it doesn't look like the 8 passes into the bottom corner. So you want to play the 10 and then the 11. Sorry, the 11, then the 10, and then the 14 to come back out. Always missed that. Tried to check it up. So we've got a few viewers already this morning. 74. That's pretty good. Does feel a bit weird playing a final day on a Saturday. We used to doing it on a Sunday. So I'm sure we'll get quite a lot of viewers later on in the day when we get to the business end. Started the day with 128 players. We had no buys, so that was really, really good. Definitely a preference for the players, particularly the top seeds. I read online this morning that the 8 buys that the 8 players got a buy at the North Islands last week, and 7 of them were eliminated after their opponents had already had a match and they'd had to wait a few hours. So that's a very good shot from Warren. So it is a thing that's been spoken about many times over the years, and it seems to change for one tournament or 1 year, and then it changes back the year after when it moves clubs. So fortunately there's no kind of set structure in place that the clubs have to adhere to, and they just kind of do what they want, which is a bit unfortunate. It would be good to have some consistency, and then everyone knows what they're getting themselves into. And I think if it carries on like that, you're just going to end up with people wanting to sort of throw frames and throw matches because they don't want the buy, which is a bit silly. So this ball didn't pass into that top corner, so Warren's had to come down the other side. He's got a chance at the double, which is pretty much the money shot. Just missed it. So another chance for Devon. So he just don't know if he can drop this in and land on the top side or the right hand side of the 14. So he might have to try and just come out sort of on the same line as where the 10 and the 14 is, just to give himself. Oh, he can. He's okay. So he's going to try and punch up table here and leave 10 till last. Anywhere around the centre of the table, give himself a shot. Yeah, he's opted to go past. That's really well controlled. The closer to the 10 he gets, the easier this will be. It does look like he has a little bit of an angle. You just want to aim for that rail. Yeah, that's good enough. That's a good shot. So Devon's a good player, improving. Plays all the games. Plays a bit on the 9 foots. Seen him down in Dunedin. Plays. I think I seen him in the draw for a snooker tournament last weekend. I think he might have played the South Islands. Yeah. So really good to see people cross-coding and playing all the games. Not sure if he meant to play into the 8 there, but it's come out pretty good. So he's got himself on the board, 3-1. So looking around the room, it looks like a lot of these games are in the flight, maybe. So I think we're kind of mixing and matching here between the flight and the main. Currently in the round of 64 for both of these. Yeah. So try and keep the main on the stream, so we don't have flight and play games on the stream on the final day if we can. A little bit different to last week. Steve Denton heading to the table for his second match there. this will be Devon to break. Not sure if he's using the sharp rack or not. He's breaking with a 9-ball cue. Yep, no sharp rack. Pretty good split. Now he's got, I mean, this is a coin toss really. He can play the 3 and run into the 1 and open that up, but then he still has this 4 to deal with at the bottom of the table. So, and if he goes bigs, he's got the 11 to deal with, and he doesn't really have a natural shot. I mean, he could play the 9 off the 3, which would pop the 9 in the middle and open the 11 potentially. It looks like he's going to try and just nudge this 1 ball out. Yeah, I think he had to play that a bit more confidently, which would have doubled the 1 out sort of in the direction of the 12, but it would have brought the cue ball back towards the 12 as well into play. Sort of left himself out of position here. Oh, that's very unlucky. Very unlucky because he's landed perfect on the 4 as well. And unfortunately, he's not Warren's ball in, so that's a combo. So anyone watching not sure of the rules, can't put your opponent's ball, that's a combo, which means Warren can pick the cue ball up, put it anywhere on the table, and nominate one of Devon's balls, which will turn into his own, and then he gets to continue. Not taking the free ball option though, he's just going to roll this 11 down the rail. It's a nice shot. Very good chance here to win the match. Just got to play 1 good positional shot. Get right into this. Oh, he's missed. He's missed the pot. Yeah, he kind of rushed that and snatched at it a little bit. What do you do here? Maybe just push the 2 towards the corner. Oh. Not sure about that one, Devon. You might blame it on it rolling off. I've just come off this table and the table's playing pretty nice, so I'm not sure if that would have rolled a little bit. Maybe with a nap. Yeah, another good shot there. Again, just a little bit unfortunate. Don't think he's on this 14 on the left-hand side, and he's covered the 15 into the bottom right with the 4, so he's going to have to play the 15 now. So looking at where the balls are, I think I probably like just pushing the 4 onto the 12 and buying myself some time here. He's basically just giving Warren a free go at the match here. Which is not taken. Okay. Yeah, I think I still like just putting this 4 on one of these balls. Either that or get the 4 out completely and ask Warren the question and at least bring it into play. So it's not really helping where it is right now. If he can get this 4 out and put the cue ball right on the top rail, that's not a bad shot. That's what he's trying to do. Yeah, pretty good. Now Warren probably has to kind of attack this a little bit because he can't just drop it in. He's not going to be on the 14. He'll be snookered behind the 8 and the 6. So yeah, he wants to run the cue ball down, and he's not been able to do that. And Devon has, by getting that 4 out, Devon's actually given himself a chance at the frame here. So Warren snatched a couple here, just as you can see the finish line. So if Devon can, oh, he's miscued. So you can say if Devon can take this finish and put him under a bit of pressure, then it's game on. That's not the time that you want to have a miscue. Just to get the right white all the way around the table here. This could be enough. Oh no, it's a good shot. So this is tricky now. He's going to have to get as close as he can to snookering himself behind the 8, but not snookering himself. That's pretty good. Just because he needs that angle to come back down for this 12. Oh, he's taking the 12 now. I'm surprised at this. Yeah, he's got to take the 14 here. Yeah, I don't like this. If he hits the 4 or the 8, he's good, but if he goes through the gap, he's going to leave himself no shot. If he tries to go through the gap and go up and down, then it makes the pot really difficult because he's going to have to force it.
Afternoon, Simon. How you doing?
Good, mate. How are you?
Pretty good. Finished all my pool and having a break from doing a bit of photos and catching all of the people.
Nice. That's good to have someone else in the chat. Yeah, so he is going for the 14.
Coming back through the same gap?
Yeah, it depends if you can stun down the rail. Oh, yeah. I mean, that was one option. Through the gap was another, or just stun down the long rail.
So you'd probably try to come down the long rail?
It just completely depends on the angle, doesn't it? It's hard to see on the camera. He's got a bit lucky where he's left the cue ball, but obviously Devon's got this one at the top over the pocket, so under normal circumstances I'd expect Devon to clear these up no problem, so we'll see how he goes, see how he's feeling. Not sure if he had a big night last night like some of the other boys who were in here.
Right. Yeah, a few of them were enjoying themselves with the Southern versus Canterbury game.
Yeah. Yeah, always a good match, good fun.
Did you catch some of the stream or?
No, I didn't. I actually went out to Smoke and Barrel.
Oh.
Chris Geary's place. So I've been meaning to go. Well, I've been meaning to go when he had the food trucks and never got a chance. And I went a couple of times when they weren't open. And over the years, and he's opened a restaurant now.
How did you enjoy the food?
Fantastic. Yeah, really, really nice. So myself and Steve Denton, Julie, Brett DeFaria, a few of us who went. So we missed out on the match last night, but we did come back for a practice later on. Just after that match had finished, I think Canterbury just
39-33.
Yeah. Yeah, so a nice finish from Devon. 3-2, game on.
At the end of this match, you'll be cutting and
Yeah.
restarting.
So end of this match, we will be cutting the stream and starting again. YouTube only allows it to go for so long, so it's better to do it at the right times. Paul's a professional now at this, done it enough times.
If I go over 6 hours, I can't edit the music
6 hours, is it?
if there is any copyright.
So how did your matches go this morning, Simon?
Yes, pretty good. Played Rory O'Shea in the other room, won 3-0, and then just played on the stream table before this. Had a 4-1 win against Corey Freeman, so really, really tough draw. Repeat of last week. We played in the last 64 in the North Islands as well. Corey from New Plymouth. His son's just moved down here, so he's come down for this one as well.
Yep.
And yeah, really tough draw. He should have beat me last week. I missed the black at 2-2. We were playing race to 3. I had the bye last week, so I didn't get to have a sort of a game beforehand, and I was 2-0 down before I knew it.
So that goes.
Oh, sorry. Actually, we played. Sorry, that's a lie. It was I beat him 4-3, but at 3-3. I missed the black, and he had a plan to get himself in the balls, and they were unmissable after that. But fortunately for me, he missed the plant, and I managed to take the frame, and then obviously went on to win the tournament. So he was looking for a bit of revenge, but it was pretty flawless pool. It was 4 clearances from me, 1 from him, 4-1 win. So pretty happy with that performance. Pretty happy with how I'm playing, how I'm queuing. So I just thought I'd come on commentary to just stay away from everyone.
Yeah.
And just do my own thing.
That side that you're on the draw, that 64 looks pretty tough. coming into
yeah, I mean,
semis, like some good people all on that one side.
Yeah, I try not to. I've got enough experience now to know not to look too far ahead.
Yep.
I there's no point looking ahead when I've got Corey Freeman in the last 64 because
Yep.
he's more than capable. He had one visit, he cleared. He's capable of winning, so you can't ever look too far ahead. There's 30, 40, 50 people who can beat you in a race to 4, so it's just one match at a time. And the other thing when people talk about draws, you can't play everyone; they're all going to beat each other.
Yep.
So everyone's like, oh, you're in the same quarter as Kerry and Adam. Well, I can't play them both because they have to play each other first.
You have to meet them somewhere
down
the road.
Yeah. So it's not always a bad thing if everyone's in the same section because it means that they're all going to beat each other.
Yeah, I get you. We're dry here, or everyone going?
Yeah, dry break. So big frame for Warren here. He sort of, I'm not going to say twitched because I've never seen him play before. I don't know him, but he definitely rushed a couple of shots that he inevitably missed when he had a chance of taking out the match. So the last frame is always the hardest one, getting over the line. Certainly won't want it to get to 3-3 when he was 3-0 up.
Yeah, we start to feel the pressure coming the other way, won't he?
Devon opting for the plant here. It's a good shot.
Trying to get.
So he's not going to be getting out this visit, but he's potted a couple of balls. He might get this bottom corner pocket here.
Stack the 15.
The 2, yeah. Yeah, that's not too bad. He has got the coverage on the bottom left pocket now. What will Warren do here?
Take a look at the side.
Yeah, I don't think he can get through to the 9.
It's just really that 10-14 plant.
He doesn't want to develop the 8s.
Yeah.
Doesn't really want to let Devon completely get control of where that
the 8 is?
No, the 2. He doesn't want to let him cover that pocket. Or he can get through to the 9. So he's just trying to play a shot here and buy himself some time. Oh, this is a good effort.
Oh.
He's just on the wrong side of it though. But that's not the end of the world. I mean, obviously he knew he was kind of behind in the frame and in trouble. So even though it's sat at the wrong side of the 1, it does make it more difficult for Devon.
Devon straight into those 2 problem balls there with the 1 over the hole.
So he's opting to get this out. So just wondering how good Warren was with the rules. It's not too bad. It's not a bad option, particularly where the 1's gone. But it is a free ball. I'm going to say Warren wants to try and get that 15 around that corner where the 2 and the 7 is. Just cover that pocket. That's going to be his plan. Not sure if Devon can take this 13 and flick into the 1 with some sort of left-hand spin.
So off the top rail.
Off the top rail, left-hand spin. I'm not sure if he can get there. He might just miss this. Oh, he could get through to the 1. Ignore that. Deceived by the camera angle.
Took the free ball.
Yeah, took the free ball at the top. So all he's got to do here really is pot the 1 and then just push the 6.
Float down onto the 6.
Yeah, push the 6 over the hole. Block off the path for that 15. And he's in complete control.
Probably the only way he's going to lose is if that 15 gets in behind that 2, right?
That's right, yeah. Now where the 8 is, he doesn't want to really chase the finish here because the finish is still there. He could drop this 6 in and then the plant looks like it goes.
Oh, here we go.
He's actually he's just opened that black to the left middle.
He's going to come back up through the 15 and the 6 for the bottom left.
He could actually try and play into the 12 now, pot the 7 and play into the 12 and 14. That will completely open up the 8 ball and will naturally leave him on the 6. You can't really go wrong looking at the balls unless he sort of misses the 8 and gets into the 9. Now
Ooh.
I would have liked him to have played that with a bit more confidence, because he would have he hit them perfect. He would have just split them out.
Flick that 8 out a bit.
Yeah, he would have flicked the 8 out, and he was always going to be on the 6 because the 12 and the 14 would go in different directions.
Beautiful though.
It does go to the middle, so he times the ball so nicely, Devon. Like, oh, nice bit of info, thanks Nick. So Warren lived in Hamilton, knows the rules really well. He might have won the Masters. Oh, awesome. Oh wow, what was that? Was that 12 first?
Oh, you got a replay on that?
The referee was the ref was watching.
Mustn't have been, but that looked really close.
I don't know, it looked like a pretty thick contact on that 12. The ref was watching though.
Well, here's his chance for Warren to take it home.
Yeah, very good chance. He's got to get to that 15 as soon as he can though. You don't want to leave 15 and 10 till the last 2 balls if you can help it. That requires you playing a positional shot.
I think he's going to pull it up from the 13 here and try and get on that 15.
He could go either way. He could go 13 top corner, he could go 13 in the middle, or he could just play it now.
Yeah.
Well, he can run this across for the 12 into the right middle, knowing that he's... well, he's played that really nice. Really nice. So he's just picked the line, and he's just come perfect. Give himself options. And if he just keeps himself composed here, there shouldn't be any issues. Just doesn't throw a quick one in, like in the last frame. I think he wanted to go across for the 10 there. Just a little bit short. One good shot here.
So you'd be playing the 10 here, sorry?
Well, if he comes across another 6 inches there, it's game over. He can't miss.
Yeah.
Now it gets a little bit tricky. He has to play a shot. The 10 is probably the right shot, and just come across to where the sort of screw is that's level with the white ball. Just like this.
Left him a shot there.
Yeah, so this is not a natural enough. He can pot this, but yeah, tournament's on the line. How's he going to cue this one in?
Devon.
So I like this just to be played at a nice pace, not too hard. Just roll it in sort of confidently. Looks like he's winding up on this. Yeah, wow, great shot. Wow, I would not have played it that hard. That's a very good pot. Centre of the pocket. Hill. How would you have played that one?
I don't think I'd have been that positive.
He was playing that. He played that like he was playing on a 9-ball table.
It was, yeah. I mean, the angle. I guess if you're putting a ball anywhere to hit it that hard, the angle he had was probably the nicest to do that. But
I suppose the benefit if he misses it, there's a chance that it could go dead. You know,
dead or somewhere else. Or the dreaded jaw that goes across to the other side and goes in. Don't know. But I think I'd have tried to just like a good pace down there, not too hard, and just cue through it. And
yeah, so you look good there on that finish, Warren. Just slightly out of position. You're talking fractions, a couple of inches, and that 10's a lot easier, and it's game over. So Devon to break.
Yeah, really, that one bad positional shot from Warren there, not getting on the 10, kind of cost him because he had to try and do something a bit extra.
Yep, for sure. So really good split from Devon. He didn't hit that very well at all. It almost turned into a bit of a cut break. But as you know, there's no logic with the break.
Yep.
you can hit it perfect and not get one, and then hit it rubbish and they all seem to fly in. He's opting to take the small, which is inevitable with the 7 being where it is, and that's a nice opening pot.
So when you're looking at this frame, Simon, you're looking at like the problem balls and how you're going to get onto them?
Yeah, and the 7 is the problem ball, although in these rules you can technically, pot the other ones and then just sort of not foul on the 7.
But would you be using like the 2 here as your positional shot to get on the 7, right?
Well, I'd like to leave the 2 there so that I can play 7 to 2.
Okay, the other way around.
Yeah, because it's easier going 7 to 2 than it is 7 to any other ball. So here, if you can come across and land dead straight on this 3,
then rip it back up for the 7.
And then just try to pick the gap. Maybe he can't do that. I mean, he can basically, in 2 shots time, leave the cue ball where the 2 is, and then just chop the 7 in and sort of come back out to the left hand side of the table to leave a longer black.
Do you think he'd be really aiming for the 2 here with the white ball? Anything hitting the 2 would be...
Well, I think if he screws back, naturally he's going just to the left of the 2. So the last thing you want to do here is leave yourself like 2 or 3 inches next to the 2. So you see where that line was? He would have been going straight back into it.
I don't think you can see the 7 there, right?
Yeah, so this is tricky now, but of course, like saying these rules, he's almost got a free shot here at cutting this 2 into the top left as we look.
Come two rails and back out.
Yeah, because if it doesn't go in, he's got control, and he's going to get another shot in a minute at them, He's queuing it though, it looks like he's winding up again. Yeah, I'm not sure about that. And look where the cue ball's gone.
Yeah, the cue ball.
So I liked just with it being the Clubs New Zealand rules, just sort of trickling that ball over, and if it goes in,
well, he might be on the bolt line there, right?
On the bolt line, yeah, and then he can just cut the 2 in and leave himself the longer black. But he has got control, although there is room behind that 2 if Warren can double a ball over there. But obviously we are in free ball territory as well, so not allowed to sneak your opponent. When Devon comes back to the table, he has to be able to see the extreme edges of the 2 or the 7, or it's a free ball or a foul.
It basically doesn't need to make any mistakes down this end of the table, otherwise it's going to put him in a world of hurt.
So he could pot 14, and now he could play the 13 behind the 2.
Behind the 2.
And it might not be the worst free ball in the world to give away, because if he sticks the white sort of on the 12 or in between the 12 and the chalk there,
it's kind of where it's going, isn't it?
Devon wouldn't be able to get to the 13 anywhere to pot it with the free ball.
Gone with the 11.
Yeah, that's actually worked out good, putting the 8 ball on the rail there. So now you want to get rid of as many balls as you can.
And then
so
float it up on, then just leave him on the 7 with the 13 behind the 2.
Yeah, well, the more balls that Warren pots here, the more chance he's going to get himself getting a free ball.
Yep.
In a few shots time. So I would roll the 9 in, screw back on the 15, pot the 10, and then just push that 13 behind the 2, and try not to leave the free ball if possible. So you see how he's coming round and just trying to figure out where he wants the cue ball. So the pot's sort of unmissable. He's opted to just play a stop shot.
Come off the rail and back up.
Yeah, he's going to use the rail here. Now I do like potting the 10 first and then playing the 13 behind. It's a really good pot again, played really confidently. Yeah, this is okay. So now he just wants to run through, so he's sort of in a straight line down with the 13, down the table, just about there. That's good. So now we can actually push the cue ball to the top rail and not leave a free ball, and just nudge that 2 ball out. So that's just left a free ball still, maybe. Pretty close.
Gonna get the roof there.
Potentially. I know that sounds crazy to say, but it could be a free ball because the 13 might just be impeding the extreme edge of the 2. Maybe it's not. Maybe he's played it perfect. And that's a very good shot from Devon as well.
That's lovely.
So, got a bit of a game of cat and mouse coming up here.
It's interesting how the 2 was where the 13 was, and now after a couple of shots later,
Yeah.
they've switched out.
Yeah.
Going to try to put it back where it is. The
Yeah,
one.
I'm not sure. I'm not sure. Devon. Oh, that's a free ball. I'm not sure about Devon's sort of skill level with the rules. I haven't played him too much, so it'd be interesting to see what Warren does. Having that more experience, as Nick Hinger has rightfully informed us, educated us.
Yeah, I actually saw a couple of pictures of Devon playing in the snooker thing a couple weeks back now. Yeah, there were a few of the 8-ball players having a crack at the different snooker tournament.
Michael Hayes,
yeah.
Daniel Cole.
Yeah,
Yep, it's good.
yeah.
Yeah, it's good to. That's what you want. You know, I think the more snooker tournaments that these guys play, the better they'll become. But unfortunately, it's really hard to get people to support the snooker tournaments because obviously it's a difficult game if you don't play it all the time. I was involved in the snooker for about 2.5 years before I got into the 9-ball. It was really, really difficult trying to get new players and people involved.
So were you originally playing snooker a lot back in the UK?
I didn't play pool in the UK. I only played snooker. Yeah, I've only played pool in New Zealand. And I mean that's a good. I mean in England, growing up, you only play pool if you can't play snooker. That's the sort of mentality. And
Roger.
it just goes to show how amazing our pool scene is here. Like that, I completely converted.
Yeah.
The pool tournaments are just way more fun, more social. The quality of the tables we have are the best in the world. The venues are amazing. Like we're so lucky here. And I was pretty much hooked from the first tournament I played in 2012.
Just giving them a chance.
Yeah, it's a good leave with the 2 over the pocket. Particularly, what Warren might be a bit gutted that he pushed that 8-ball save now.
Yep.
About 5 or 6 shots ago.
Yeah.
Just got to be careful not to snooker himself here. I think he's played that nice,
Very, very thin.
Now he's got the natural angle here to get pretty close to this 8. He just has to watch out for the in-off in the centre pocket. So he's got to pick the line and then it's just speed control.
Second best.
Yeah.
Fall and play pretty quickly, wouldn't you?
What do you do here if you're Devon? I mean,
With it being on the cushion, it makes it a lot more difficult to choose getting back up table from the 2.
well, he's got to keep his 7 in play and at least, make. Yeah, I think I like leaving the 2 down here because if Warren.
Oh, he's gone to the 2.
Wow! Oh, that's unlucky.
Oh man,
that's so unlucky.
Yeah.
And now Warren gets ball in hand, and that should be the match. I was just going to say, you want to at least get your 7 in play because then at least if Warren misses the 8-ball after playing the positional shot, it would put the pressure on. But you would expect Warren to pop this down the rail. Ooh! Wow! Another shot down the rail that was played like a 9-ball table. And that actually hit the long rail as well and still went in.
Hit the long rail back. I think it jawed a couple times as it rattled in.
Oh, well played, Warren. Getting over the line. That's a good win over Devon Bramley.
Back very shortly.
We'll be back. Oh, back shortly. Yeah, we're changing stream, guys. So don't be
Jump
shocked.
on the channel and find it.
And you'll, if you subscribe, you can get a notification as well. So click subscribe.